Alright, how am I coming through on your end? That good? That's interesting, because I'm getting. Okay, cool. How's the volume coming through? Okay, so if I increase the gain just a little bit, how's that coming through? Okay, and if I touch it up just a little bit further, how does that feel? Okay, excellent. Thank you. Noted. Turning the gain down a bit, I'll just talk a little louder. Alright, welcome on in. A moment. Alright, back on and working. Welcome on in, welcome on in. And today, I am quite excited to have a debut stream. At the moment, relatively few of you here, but I'm glad to see you. I would very much appreciate anybody interested. Just go ahead and throw a topic in the chat. Otherwise, I'm just going to talk news, anything I'm interested in. For the moment, I think I'll just start there. Now, news, you could be expecting me to go political. You wouldn't be wholly wrong, but the student protests in Serbia have not been getting a great deal of coverage, and I find that interesting from a couple of perspectives, actually. But primarily, you just aren't seeing that kind of pushback make any sort of national news just because our national news is so heavily weighted towards current events in DC. I don't think I want to start my entire streaming career with that. Not that I'm not willing to talk about it, just I feel like it's a pretty bold start. Uh, and so, the student protests in Serbia, they are rallying in various locations. Belgrade's public television station has been blockaded. They're not allowing people in or out. Uh, and to be honest, I came across the demonstrations relatively recently, but they've been going on for months. At the moment, they are primarily what kicked it off rather is what's described as a concrete canopy, which I'll admit sounds sort of innately dangerous, crashed down in November at a railway station in Novi Sad, killing 15 people. Um, Riot police have intervened. Uh, it seems to be that this was a response sort of to the anti populist rule. Hello, Casper. Good to see you. Um, that the protests were primarily in response to the populist rule of President Alexander Vucic, which I'm going to go ahead and say I may or may not be pronouncing correctly. Um, but broadly, they are opposed not only to his sort of authoritarian grip on power, but also the fact that, as many authoritarians do, they don't worry about things like infrastructure. Um, so you get things like canopies crashing down because nobody's been checking to make sure they're safe for a very long time. Uh, we certainly had a version of that with East Palestine, the derailment there, which brought a great deal of attention to the fact that trains derail in the U.S. pretty constantly. Um, as since the Reagan era, we've had less and less regulation. We get derailments pretty commonly, and you don't see it in the news as much anymore, just because it's not as fresh in the as it was in the wake of East Palestine. What you're seeing now is reports on all the little planes that crash constantly all over the country, which has been happening for years. I mean, that's nothing new, but it feels fresh in the wake of the incident in DC, which was the worst commercial incident since it was the first major commercial incident like that since 2009 and the worst since the early 90s, which, I mean, to say shocked the nation is kind of an understatement. That's going on a lot these days. But to be honest, it's one of those things that, not unlike the protests in Serbia, you saw a lot of protests going on, and you're getting, you, not unlike the protests in Serbia, you're also not seeing a ton of coverage of protests that are going on in the U.S. There's, you know, the multiple theories of why that could be. Could be that the president's eating all the air on that one. So all the news stories that are getting printed are about his various antics for the day. So you're not getting protest coverage. Could be the fact that billionaires own all of our media companies. Oh, the worst in U.S. history. Let's see, worst air disaster in U.S. history. Not. So let's see. I would say it wasn't the worst, but definitely one of the best known was in New Jersey back in, I want to say, 1936. I'll have to check the exact date. But the Hindenburg. The Hindenburg was probably the first major air disaster that caught national and international attention. Worst air disaster in U.S. history. Actually, you know what? So, would you believe Wikipedia has a list of deadliest aircraft accidents and incidents for the morbidly curious like us? Hey, to be fair to New Jersey, that Hindenburg could have gone down anywhere. It was full of hydrogen and painted with thermite. Like, there were, and full of smoking people. Just on the whole, not a great plan all around. So let's see. Five deadliest airplane accidents in the U.S. American Airlines Flight 199 in Des Plaines, Illinois, 1979. Flight 191 crashed just after takeoff from O'Hare International Airport, bound for LA. Investigators say that during takeoff, one of the plane's engines fell off and dropped to the runway. Rough start. Difference in lift by the damaged wing caused the plane to turn in the air. Oh, basically it flipped because the weight was unevenly distributed. Runway. 258 passengers killed and 13 crew members, as well as two on the ground working in a repair shop that the plane hit, which was statistically rough. Uh, American Airlines 2001 on November 12th, 2001, which, I mean, there was a great deal of scrutiny aimed at air travel in the wake of 9/11, so for that to have occurred several months after, I'm sure was. I hate to be that guy. I was six, so I wasn't keeping close track at the time. But crashed, killing 251 passengers and 9 crew members. TWA Flight 800 from New York over the Atlantic Ocean in 1996. Transworld Flight 800 exploded shortly after takeoff from JFK International Airport and crashed into the Atlantic Ocean, heading for Rome on July 17th, 1996. 230 passengers and crew members lost their lives. Investigators ruled that fuel vapors exploded in the Boeing 747 central fuel tank. All right, I will turn up the gain on that. Thank you, Casper. How is this? How is this? How is this? That coming through all right? Awesome. Thank you. Uh, you were saying that was a little tough to hear. Uh, 1996, 230 passengers and crew members lost their lives. Investigators ruled that fuel vapors exploded in the Boeing 747 central fuel tank, which ripped the plane's cabin in two pieces over the ocean. Northwest Airlines Flight 255 out of Romulus, Michigan in 1987, en route to Phoenix, never gained sufficient altitude and crashed shortly after leaving the ground. Its wings struck a light pole in the central in the rental car parking lot. The craft then rolled and hit an Avis rental car building. Probable cause of the accident was the flight crew had not properly extended the wing's flaps and slats for takeoff. and that the airplane's takeoff warning system didn't have electrical power to enable it to warn the crew of the problem. Jesus. Killed 6 crew members, 148 of the 149 passengers, a 4-year-old girl, survived the accident somehow. 2 people traveling in a car lost their lives, 5 other people on the ground were injured. And evidently, the number one air disaster in U.S. history was Pan Am Flight 759 out of Kenner, Louisiana in 1982. Took off from New Orleans International Airport, heading 4 stops in Las Vegas and San Diego. Pilots encountered microburst wind shear immediately after takeoff. Flight was pushed downward, plane clipped a line of trees at the end of the runway, came crashing down on a residential suburb in New Orleans. Almost a mile from the end of the runway, several homes were destroyed. Claimed 138 passengers, 7 crew members, and 8 people on the ground. So that was the top 5 in the US. Oh, planes crashing to keep humans' hubris in check? I mean, that's been going on far longer than that. I mean, lightning strikes. Oh, you climbed to the top of the mountain? Yeah, you're real cool. Lightning. Humans' achievements have been daunted by nature for centuries, probably millennia. Gravity alone. Um, but we have despite those disasters, air traffic control in the United States has a genuinely incredible record of keeping the number of planes moving around the country that we do on a regular basis every day, um, for decades, with a short pause around 9/11, which didn't even shut down all air traffic, it just shut down most of it. Um, and so it is frustrating to watch the current administration repeat some of the mistakes of the Reagan administration in engaging in fights with air traffic controllers who are keeping people safe. I mean, day to day, it's like, okay, maybe you don't fly regularly, but you probably know someone who does, whether they travel for work or whether they, vacation or they're visiting family once a year. It's one of those things that even if you are fortunate enough not to have the need to travel on, public flights, even if you've got your own private jet, you're using the same air traffic controllers. Uh, is it a Republican thing to fuck over air safety? It's not air safety specifically. It's regulations in general, and basically anybody who imposes rules that could, and this is Reagan onwards, I'll say. Anybody who imposes regulations that could conceivably cost a billionaire somewhere a few pennies seem to be a target for the Republican administrations since Reagan. Deregulation was a big thing of his. It's the whole idea was, you know, we'll go ahead and remove some of these pesky regulations because they're making it so hard for businesses to get started, when in reality, all it was doing was keeping people safe. A lot of the laws that have been dismantled since that era were written all the way back in the sort of New Deal era with FDR, um, and unions, basically. As unions became more and more prevalent in the US, more and more safety rules were input to protect workers, and they practically also protect, especially in as litigious a society as we have, uh, protect companies. I mean, like, okay, sure, does the guy who gets crushed to death on your job site lose more than you do? Yeah, probably, but like even if you didn't lose your life, you are going to get sued for tens of millions of dollars by their family. Um, it, it's one of those things that is you have to look at it from the perspective of a business executive who cares about what this quarter's profit is rather than looking at it from the perspective of someone that wants human beings to be safe and alive. Because if you're aware of the perspective, because as I said, like you risk, okay, you know, running afoul of a lawsuit, but if you're a guy that's here for like 3 quarters, you make a ton of profit, get out with a golden parachute, you don't really give a shit if the guy that's left is just sitting there, you know, holding the bag. Whoever replaces you after you quote unquote streamlined the process is left holding the bag when somebody gets killed on a job site while you got your money and got out. It's one of those things that, like, do I believe that Disney has a really sketchy past with some really iffy business practices? Yeah, 100%. But what I'll say is, as a company, they have, over the course of their life, done a genuinely incredible job of keeping an eye on the long term picture, getting talent, like paying more now to ensure better profits later. Because most companies in the US are really, really bad at that. They want the number in the stocks to go up. They don't care beyond a couple of quarters from now because that's when they jump ship to the next thing, go, hey, look how much money I made for this company. Hire me to be your CEO and I can do the same thing. And to the company that they're talking to, sure, that looks great. The number went up. Awesome. But that company is not then sitting there for an extended period of time and watching over the next 3 years as the business practices that that person implemented slowly destroy the company from within. Because it's really easy to look at, numbers on paper. It's like, okay, yeah, number went up, but you implemented a bunch of policies that fucked with the morale of your employees, making them care less. Oh yeah, stocks. Well, here's the thing: stocks can go up infinitely, but it's all a confidence game. Um, Stocks are what people think a thing is worth, not what it's necessarily actually worth. Which is why Tesla, despite making like 9% of the world's, less than that actually, has, more stock even now with all the crashes that they've gone through in the past few weeks, than any other car company on the planet. It's about what the CEO is selling and what the public confidence in the product is, whether or not the product can actually deliver that confidence. So when you have that company pick up that guy that will gut them from the inside, just destroy the morale of the employees, you piss off your old talent that's good, you do some dumb shit like get rid of the old employees who are making the most money because you're like that paycheck that they're drawing is an expense and they view labor as an expense rather than an investment because all they see is that number makes the total number go more towards the red rather than going, hey, we've had these people for 20 years. They're fucking incredible. They know anything we could want them to, and they are making our company money hand over fist, but we could fuck them over and for the next couple quarters make like extra money, even if that pisses them off, they leave, and then the company slowly goes downhill from there. But that's not an investor problem necessarily. That's an owner problem. You care if you're the owner of that company, but if you're on the board and you just have some stock and it goes up a bit, you sell some, you make some money, and then bail on the company, it makes no difference to you. Um, which is where you get these self defeating sort of policies. It's all in pursuit of that immediate profit over the idea of that longer term profit. And Walt Disney, for all of his fascist tendencies, understood that you need the company to go on. It's just a frustrating trend that nobody else seems to have spotted it. So, I mean, sustainability has just never been a priority, at least of American conglomerates. And when, when external forces went looking to go, hey, those Americans have a lot of money, how can we make a lot of money? And start basing their decisions off of, yeah, capitalism. Yeah, it would not shock me if a not inconsiderable portion of this stream becomes complaining about capitalism, um, just because I have thoughts. I'm frustrated by many aspects. And the worst thing is that I don't even hate capitalism on its face. I hate unregulated capitalism. Capitalism with no referees does invariably devolve into this sort of late stage that we're seeing now, where you get regulatory capture, you've got businesses that own lobbyists that, I mean, following the Citizens United decision in 2010, can legally bribe state officials and senators and representatives to push bills, vote certain ways, um, because they decided in 2010 that corporations are people, which A, I will believe when Texas executes a corporation, and B, is functionally just a way to say, hey, whichever corporation has the most money can write policy in the US. And so the people from these companies get put into positions. I'll use Ajit Pai as an example, former Verizon executive that got put into the FCC and just started breaking shit. Um, Functionally, he was an industry plant in the government, uh, which is like industry plants in, pop music, but slightly more damaging. Also, he had a very annoying cup. If you know, you know. Ajit Pai had a Reese's cup. Not like a Reese's cup, but like a cup that said Reese's and was stupid large. Um, but what you're looking at with individuals like that are people friendly to these companies who know that they'll have a golden parachute the moment they get beyond their time with the government, and will just go on and make a bunch of money with that company that they've changed regulations in favor of so that they can basically extract further wealth from, the smallest members of society and just push it right into the pockets of the 1%. Uh, and honestly, when you're talking about it at that scale, it's not even the 1%. You're looking at like the 0.1%. Like people with genuinely absurd amounts of money. And that's the thing. A lot of people for a long time were like, "Oh, fuck millionaires," but inflation has made it so millionaires not as unachievable as it used to be. People talk about millionaires. It, the idea of a millionaire circa 1900 or so, $1 million was worth what I read the stat years ago, but I want to say it was 2013. In 2013 dollars, that 1 million would have been 33 million. So you're talking about the kind of people who accumulate wealth at a rate that like you couldn't even spend it in a lifetime. Um, when you're talking about multiple billions of dollars. And you've got people like Elon Musk, Carlos Slim. I mean, hell, Bill Gates has spent his entire adult life giving away as much money as he can through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, through various other means. But Bill Gates, for a very long time, kept yo yoing as the richest man in the world to not the richest man in the world to the richest man in the world because he couldn't stop making money. Um, no matter how much he gave away, he kept making more and more and more as Windows and Microsoft became more and more ubiquitous, particularly worldwide. I mean, you were seeing huge growth in the 90s and early 2000s in the US, but that market continues to expand today into India, China, um, and the market power of India and China is constantly, uh, I think, underassessed. Just because you get you look at the US and the US is give or take 24% of the world's economy, which is an absurd number. It's a quarter, but like hey, we're the third most populous nation on the planet. You know, we've got 320 million people give or take. So, it's understandable that people look at that and they're like, "Well, yeah, they got a ton of people." And in reality, we don't. We got a ton of land, and 320 million is a lot of people, but we're pretty spread out. Um, and you've got other nations and major groups of nations, so like the EU, that have a number of bodies equal to or greater than us. But when you look at that 320 million, if you were to add a billion to it, if you gave the US an extra billion individuals. Oh yeah, the Midwest is empty. Um, but if you added that billion individuals to the US's population, we would still be the third most populous nation on the planet because India and China just have that many more fucking people. You're looking at 1.4 and 1.8 billion, give or take, and those numbers I wouldn't trust to be super close just because you've got some really fucking rural parts of India and China, so the census is probably not the most accurate thing in the world, but even so, like, it's absurd the number more people that India and China have. You're talking a third of the world's population just in those two nations. And so the US had basically accidented its way into being the world power that it is post World War II because we were basically the only industrialized nation that hadn't just been bombed to shit and had all their factories taken with it, which is part of what made the economic boom in the 50s so thorough because American steel, American exports, American cars, we were churning shit out that the world wanted and couldn't make themselves because they were remaking all their factories, which takes, time, be that a decade or even like half a decade. You've got people who want cars now. So they went to the US and particularly because the U.S. was so good at assembly lines following Henry Ford's invention or use of the assembly line, um, implementation, we'll say. Uh, because of that, we churned them out so quickly and so cheaply that if you wanted to compete in a foreign market, importing the steel and making the cars was a whole pain in the ass compared to what you could get an American car for. And so a lot of countries just kind of didn't bother and bought American or made really kind of cheap, shitty versions of their own stuff. See the Russian Lada, for instance. Um, don't get me wrong, the thing's a tank. It's just also a piece of junk. Uh, but it really was in the wake of that that exceptionalism, American exceptionalism has been kind of a thing throughout America's history, but a lot of people sort of took that economic prowess as proof of American exceptionalism. That sort of idea that we had such an incredible economy that we were just this one nation controlling a quarter of the world's wealth, which, yeah, is remarkable, but very few people bothered to put it in the context of being both lucky and prepared. I saw a quote once that was opportunity happens when luck meets preparation, and that was effectively what happened in the 50s. We were prepared with factories, we had all we needed to do to make, I mean, cars, guns, basically anything that you could slap together on an assembly line and export en masse to particularly Canada and Mexico, but Europe bought some American stuff, a lot of American stuff, fewer American cars, just because shipping cars is such a pain in the ass. And this was before cargo container ships, which are actually sort of fascinating. The whole idea of a cargo container ship was originally written about by a sci-fi author whose name escapes me, but then after she wrote that, companies were like, "Is that theoretically possible?" And they did it. But yeah, American capitalism basically exists because of luck, and as many lucky people do, a lot of, yeah, particularly the people who got wealthy off of that, were like, yes, we deserve to have gotten wealthy. It's because of the merit that we had, not purely this additional lucky thing that occurred. And incidentally, that quote unquote lucky thing, uh, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna remove it. I'm assuming this is a bot. I wouldn't. Yeah, yeah, that's what I figured. Hey, what's up, Jay? How does one? Hold on. First time streamer. Figuring things out. Yeah, okay, what if ban though? Yeah, no, Jay, I would need mods for that. Hang tight. Oh, there we go. Ban. Okay. OBS. Stop doing OBS things. Man, what if I could get this window to go away? You never feel older than when you're doing tech things in front of people. Ah, well. Anyway, first bot. Woohoo! I'm a real streamer. Um, alright. Where was I? We destroyed the world. Right. American capitalism strongly It's no, it's not even tech savvy youth thing. And part of the problem is that wasn't even necessarily youth's fault, because the tech was so iffy in the 90s and so simple and basic that kids who wanted it to work a certain way had to modify it themselves. So they had to learn how to program in DOS. Um, Whereas by the time, I mean, even I grew up, but certainly by the time we all grew up, uh, you were looking at a world that had made the iPad, the sort of thing. Oh God, yeah, like 90s kids waiting, not even a website to load, like a picture. Like literally at the time, you would click on an image and you would watch as it like scrolled down the screen from the top to the bottom as the image loaded rather than the whole thing loading at once. I mean, you this is not an internet you experienced, and be glad of it. Like you didn't want to. It was okay. Like it was incredible at the time, but we're really glad we didn't need it. No, I was 5 by the end of the 90s, give or take. I was born in 95. I consider myself a 90s kid barely, in the sense that, like, I remember some shit that happened in the 90s. Um, but yeah, I mean, if I'd been born in 96, 97, I would be a 2000s kid, no doubt. Um, I am a millennial technically. Like, I am at 95, which is the cutoff. Um, Now, like, would I have been mad if I was a Zoomer? No, I don't actually care, but I definitely hung out with people that made my interests sort of twinge older. Oh yeah, early 2000s, late 90s. They were the same fucking years. Like people made a big deal of the year 2000, but it really didn't matter. People were terrified of Y2K. It was like, oh man, the fucking world's gonna end. But practically speaking, it's really you're not wrong. So yes, I was not. I was primarily raised by my parents, but I am in a house right now that belonged to my grandparents, who, I mean, my father was a teacher, my mother was a nurse. I spent a great deal of time here, as a child, because they wanted to provide childcare, and so my parents were like, awesome, free childcare, and I was like, awesome, free cookies. So it worked out. Um, and my grandparents were lovely people on top of that, which helped. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I am definitely glad that I had such a strong circle of family in the immediate area. That's part of why, I mean, I was 19, I worked at a gun range and loved snowboarding. I considered moving to Vermont because they got both of those things. But my immediate family was all within an hour here, and I just had no interest in sort of making the trip that long to come and see people who I. That's the other thing. I got real lucky in the sense that I basically like all of my family. Like, are there a member here and there that I don't, gravitate to at Thanksgiving? Sure. But broadly speaking, I actually like them all. Yeah, Vermont. Here's the thing. Something like this, hypothetically, streaming were to take off, I could move wherever as long as it's got a solid internet connection. Um, uh, yeah, okay, fair. Um, But that was one of the things that, like, back in the day, I watched, Rooster Teeth, and they set up in Austin, Texas, because they all lived around that area. But they very seriously considered, like, moving the whole company to Kansas because, like, property was dirt cheap, and as long as they moved to a place with an internet connection, they could run that company there. Um, and I mean, that's one of the values of high speed internet moving around is job mark job markets are less centralized, which means that housing markets are getting less centralized, except that, to swing this back to the, super fun capitalism talk, you've got companies like BlackRock who are buying up properties all over, basically for the purpose of becoming landlords. Um, and so people talk about a housing shortage in the US. It's not the case. We have enough housing to house every single individual in the US, but a ton of those apartments are sitting empty because they are massively overpriced and the prices keep inflating and inflating and inflating. Yeah, right there with you on landlords. Landlord is not a job, uh, but it's one of those where, because you've got, again, back to regulatory capture, um, or basically, I mean, this one isn't even regulatory capture. It's just very little in the way of citizen protections in the U.S. in the way that you get in places like Northwestern Europe, um, where you can have companies come in and, yeah, uh, Casper, I think that's calling for violence in chat. Relax, TOS. Um, but basically, yeah, you get companies. Yeah, I'll pass. Sorry, I don't have enough viewers. I can't afford to ban yet. Just the bots right now. Um, but with BlackRock in particular, and it's not exclusive to BlackRock. Incidentally, it's you've got companies from China that were for a long time buying up property in Canada, and basically doing the same thing to the housing market up there, enriching foreign nationals at the expense of Canadians. And that's one of those where, like, I really dislike BlackRock, but it is a broadly American conglomerate. So, as much as I hate the idea of. Sorry, mic cut out. Hang on. Mic cut back in. All right, we're good. Yep, no, it did. Should be fixed now. But the USB that came with my mixer is having trouble. Or my USB port on the laptop is having trouble. One of the two. Um, and I'll next stream switch it around to my other USB port and see if that works better. But my point was, at least in BlackRock's case, in theory, the money is staying in the American market, whereas I think there were some protections enacted in Canada against foreign buyers coming in and buying up all the land and housing. How would I search for that to find out? Just a moment. Uh, oh, Okay, so maybe not. Uh, Government announces 2-year extension to ban on foreign ownership of Canadian housing, released February of 2024. So we've got until 2026 for those protections to kick in. But that is something that, at least in Canada, they are looking at doing to protect their uh, people. Now, I suspect there's not insignificant pressure from China and India to let that shit continue happening, but who knows how that'll go. Now, I mean, the actual good news on that one is, as fucking awful as our past 2 months have been in the US, it has made a huge leftward shift in Canadian politics. Because they were staring down the barrel of a man named Pierre Poilievre, who is kind of Trump light for Canada. And much as Canadians do not like Trudeau much, the other guy who's supposed to be replacing him, Mark something. I'd have to look. I just read a news article on this a couple days ago. Um, but basically, the the upcoming Canadian. Why does every country have a Trump light? Honestly, the rise in fascism across the world is sort of fascinating in parallel to what occurred in the 1920s and early 30s. Yeah, well, Macron. Look, Macron's kind of a dick. I mean, he's French, so, fair. But he is not Marine Le Pen, who was his opponent, who is not fascism light. Like she is straight up fascist. So honestly, I'll kind of deal with Macron, and Macron is a politician that I find sort of fascinating because, generally speaking, I'm very much with or very much against. Uh, okay, I was not excited to vote for Joe Biden. I did it. I was pleasantly surprised. Biden was a lot of things as a president, but genuinely his administration was the most progressive of my lifetime. Um, he pushed forward more legislation that had positive effects for the people on the ground, like the average American, than any other president in my lifetime. Oh, yeah. That's that's a failure of the education system as far as not understanding foreign politics. And some of that comes down to not bothering to include it, and some of that comes down to, hey, we only got X number of hours to teach the kids. Like maybe we focus on our uh, civics rather than uh, foreign country civics. Now, I believe we could very much gain value from studying foreign countries' civics, but I understand why it's not the top of the priority list. Um, though, certainly I wish that we did a bit more. Yeah, it, it's a lot of things. We were talking about American exceptionalism earlier, and to some degree, it. Um, okay, so I don't disagree that it should be higher on the priority list. I honestly think it would be more valuable to learn more about foreign cultures than it would be to study their government specifically. I think including the government in that could be important, but more of a, how people live day to day would be more valuable. It's one of the things that I always liked on the show The Amazing Race, was just these snapshots of foreign cultures in the various countries that the wild Americans were sprinting through. Uh, but it was one of those things that the show did really well, where they showcased a little bit of the cultures that they were moving through as they went. And it's something that I think the American education system, like, what was the most multicultural event in your schooling? Because what I'll say is, yeah, for sure. Um, that that's a mix of American exceptionalism and lack of empathy. Um, and speaking of the global rise in fascism, one of the things that an individual, maybe a journalist who covered the Nuremberg trials, uh, basically he he studied many Nazis, spoke to many of them, but the thing that he found bound them all together as a group was that they fundamentally lacked empathy for their fellow man. And so, particularly with these global conglomerates getting, yeah, Banality of Evil is a great read. Um, but with the global conglomerates leeching all the money and not putting it back into the economy, you've got more and more desperate people worldwide, um, all of whom have problems. And while the real answer is that it's class warfare, essentially, what they're getting fed by politicians who are, by and large, owned by the conglomerates is that it's really the fault of X group that they are already inclined to dislike, basically from a lack of understanding. Um, they are, so, you get people who live out in the country, their nearest neighbor is 2 miles away, they got a huge ranch, they don't, Union Carbide, that sounds familiar. I definitely read about it, but it's been a long time. But basically, you've got these people out who do not interact with a lot of people that are unlike them. And so the ability to sell them a boogeyman is very easy, especially if they already have sort of a cultural lack of understanding or cultural distrust of something. I mean, look at, any of those people raised on Wild West movies in the John Wayne era. Like, yeah, the Mexican's always the villain. So these people don't know any real Mexicans, but, that's their picture of Mexicans. And so when you get some politician on TV going, hey, the Mexicans are doing a bad thing, they're inclined to believe it because that's their whole experience of Mexicans as a culture. Uh, and it's got absolutely nothing to do with Mexican culture. Let's see. Union Carbide disaster. MIC Carbide in India. Yes, 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 yes. I do remember this. Yeah, it was pesticide, right? Yeah. And immediate deaths, long-term health problems. Yeah, this reminds me of uh particularly Agent Orange in the Vietnam War. Uh, that you have Vietnamese individuals to this day that weren't alive during the Vietnam War that have health problems passed on through their, I mean, at this point, potentially grandparents, um, that originated with Agent Orange, which was ostensibly a pesticide to kill the jungle. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Um, and that, I believe, was Monsanto. um, were the people that made Agent Orange, and they lost a lawsuit regarding it, but it was one of those things not unlike the race riots in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where basically Monsanto's just dragging it out in court until enough people are dead that the people who started the suit can't actually collect any money. S yes, yes. You may also want to check out Necroviolence, by Jason De Leon, um, which is not about that sort of um, corporate malfeasance, but um, to be honest, I'm not sure it was a book. It was a lecture I heard from him. I think he did write a book. Um, Give me 1 second, I'll drop that in the chat. But it was about basically border crossings, and how the border is patrolled all but for one stretch. That is the longest stretch of desert that specifically funnels migrants away from the highly secured areas to this one area because they know, nobody's securing it. But what's securing it is miles and miles and miles of desert with absolutely no water, which means they go, die, and then disappear because you've got all the carrion feeders in the desert, that will just drag the bones away, and it's like they never existed, which to the people that want that to happen is perfect. The whole thing was taken care of for them. Jason De Leon, necroviolence and the politics of migrant death in the Arizona. Why? Why is that not there? Okay. That's what the book was called. The book was called The Land of Open Graves by Jason De Leon. Let me drop that in the chat. Hang on 1 second. Sorry, I was looking for that for a moment and missed a couple messages there. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I read part of the book. I didn't. It was for a class. I listened to a lecture that he gave. And I'll see if I can find that and send it to you. But basically, he was discussing what happened, and he theorized a bunch of things about what happened in this stretch of the desert. Oh, I'm yeah, absolutely. I would. What's the professor's subject? Is that like a sociology or anthropology? English class. Okay, cool. Yeah. Certainly, if that is a sort of area she's interested in, I would absolutely do that. Toxic humanity. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. That sounds like a thing I would have taken had I known it existed. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, it's definitely the idea of necropolitics and necroviolence. And this was, I mean, even 5 years ago, I was studying this. Was a pretty small circle of people. It's a relatively new concept. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But it's just the idea of indirect violence being levied by a state or a powerful organization, um, who can basically wash their hands of it, and go, no, we're not doing anything. They just weren't supposed to be crossing the border there. It's not our fault that it's an absolute fuckload of desert between them and where they wanted to get, while knowing all the while that they more carefully patrol the border in the areas where it is easy to cross. Um, and the idea behind necroviolence is they just don't have to bother killing or getting rid of the people because they're so desperate to make it to the U.S. for better quality of life. And it would be a whole other thing to get into why the quality of life is so rough in South America and how very, very involved the U.S. was in toppling a whole bunch of governments down there, and consolidating power to basically various drug cartels, in the wake of that. Yeah, God, Foucault is brilliant, but just so incredibly verbose. I, I'm so happy to listen to the man talk, and so unhappy if I've got to read something he's written down. It takes so long, and some of that I think is the French to English translation, but it's God, the man cannot write like a 10-page paper. It would be 100 minimum. Uh, yeah, to some degree, though I will say, like Umberto Eco, um, was a scholar who was well known for writing really, really long, sort of works. And to this day, I think the best work that he ever put out was, called Fascism, basically about him growing up in fascist Italy. And it's 10 pages long. And it's like, what is fascism? Why are people fascists? What is the thing that makes fascism fascism? And basically theorizes that fascism is a family of traits, but not actually. Oh God, yeah. Like when you spend 10 pages defining a word just to like finally use it in a sentence, it's like, okay, could we maybe worked around that a little? Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Um, it's one of those things where I wish they'd play a little more fast and loose like Shakespeare and just be like, all right, new word for this. Yeah, I mean, it genuinely sounds fascinating. Um, I would definitely be interested in that, uh, as a whole. But yeah, reading theorists, especially like Foucault, is a little rough for me just because of the French to English barrier, where it's like if I spoke French, I suspect I would have a better time of it. Kick me out, probably. Best guess. Oh yeah, Hegel, Marx, and hell, I took German, so I don't even have an excuse. Camus, yeah. Um, to be fair, all of that pales in comparison to me, with reading, Immanuel Kant. because Immanuel Kant is not only a pain in the ass to read, I also disagree with almost everything he says. Uh, Kant is a lot of things, but nuanced is not one of them. The whole concept of absolutes in morality is just A, boring, because I enjoy a nice philosophical conversation, and B, stupid, because trying to make everything, yeah, basically, um, yeah, in essence, in Kant's mind, an unethical or immoral action is invariably unethical or immoral, regardless of context. And it really is okay. His philosophy on empiricism is not terrible. But the whole idea of um, oh hell, what was it called? Um, but yeah, Kantian theory on morality was just incredibly inflexible and not in any way applicable to a real. Yeah, not even like it's morally correct when it hurts someone else. It was like it's morally correct if you tell them a truth that you know will get them killed because it wasn't you killing them and you would have been wrong to lie to them so that they didn't do the thing that killed them. It's like it's just eh, obscene scenarios that make absolutely no logical sense when considered for even half a minute. It's just absurd. I don't remember who's moral absolutism. Uh, yeah, it was basically black and white morality. I don't remember what the exact term was, but yeah, Kant is incredibly frustrating to me. Oh, there's always a word for it. It's probably in German. All right, info hazard. That is two words smashed together like I would expect from German. Is it? Does it originate in German? Term was coined by philosopher Nick Bostrom. Doesn't sound German. Disappointing. I love. I'm sorry. I looked up info hazard just to see if it was German. Um, but the the examples are a formula for creating cold fusion in a garage. Sure, totally dangerous. It's too super bad. An idea that causes mental harm. Yep, not great. You don't want to do that. Knowing the ending of a book or show before reading or watching it. I feel like we maybe strayed from the first thing somewhere. But yeah, I mean, that's where I find Jung to be the far more interesting if you're looking at moral philosophy. Um, Kant is just, God, so unpleasant. Okay, but I often do care about spoilers. I want it to be presented to me the way that the artist made it. Sometimes I don't care because I'm only gonna like half watch it in the background. Put it this way: if someone spoils, the next Resident Evil movie for me, I'm good. If someone spoiled the next season of Andor for me, they might die. Oh, I mean, whenever Last of Us season 2 finally comes out, I will be very excited to finally hop in on that one. I'm waiting impatiently. But yeah, let's see. Foucault, phenomenal philosopher and theorist, uh, extremely verbose. Kant, verbose and wrong. Umberto Eco, verbose and generally right. More in school, more I wonder what the fuck do I do with anthropology society's English philosophy major study that is different fundamentally. Yeah, so right now I'm streaming. That's all I got. I took anthropology. That's yeah, and honestly, it's the content is often the same. The lens through which you're studying the content is different because the different uh aspects of yeah, partially because the higher level you go in English, that's kind of all you got left. Because if you got, the grammar, the sort of classic literature down pat, you need to get into sort of the more experimental or theoretical end. And what is invariably pushing the boundaries on that is going to be philosophy and anthropology, sociology as well. Cultural studies, broadly speaking, I would say mostly falls under anthropology. There are exceptions, but generally. And those three things are pretty much always at the forefront of study on what people are, how they exist. And so English needs words to catch up, needs concepts to catch up. And so that's what you end up studying. Which I skipped a step and went straight to anthropology. Yeah, for sure. As far as the the value of conventions of English at that level is like you study love USB. All right, thank you. I would not have noticed for another like 2 minutes. Um, sorry. Point I was making uh is effectively you're looking at yeah you're not wrong. Um, technically I'm talking to a window. Uh, but well, curtains in front of a window, really. Uh, but yeah, the idea of having English, understanding the exact framework of how English functions is invaluable to breaking down and analyzing the other sort of content that you're talking about as far as critical thought, just the ability to put those thoughts into a functional semblance of an idea, so that you can express those thoughts to other people, is basically where you're at as far as English. Oh yeah, rhetorical analysis is one of those things that a lot of people hate and I fucking love. Um, Especially if I'm not in school and don't have an assignment on it and I can just think on it at my own pace. Um, but yeah, particularly if you're being asked to break down logic in rhetorical analysis or apply critical thought, it's one of those things that I can sit and talk about for hours while other people get sort of glassy-eyed stares. Oh, the hate for grammar is not actually a hate for grammar. It's a hate for being corrected and feeling the idea that you are less than somehow for not using grammar properly. Um, oh yeah, there is an anti-intellectual bent to it for sure, but I think it's honestly more down to embarrassment. Whenever they fuck it up and someone goes, "Hey, it's actually this," and instead of going, "Oh, hey, thanks," they're like, "How the how fucking dare you? Who are you?" Um, and they would say things like "grammar Nazi" back when we didn't need to reserve that word for the Nazis that we're dealing with now. Fuck. But yeah, I mean, anti-intellectualism is absolutely a problem. But oh yeah, the idea that it's not important to what you're looking to say is, yeah, yeah, that's true. Um, the thing that you're looking at with people getting pissed off when you correct them is they fundamentally don't understand why it's, yes, I will say that is the way to go. Is if you fuck up the spelling and grammar, but you get the meaning across, it's fine. And that's, I'll say, one of my favorite authors is Pat Rothfuss, and I can't sit here and recommend his books to you because he's put two out and the third one may never come out. But if you go in knowing that, it's still worth reading the first two. Um, and he is a genuinely incredible writer for taking the English language and breaking it over his knee, but knowing exactly where to break for the greatest effect. He understands the rules, and because he understands the rules, he can break them in the way that most effectively conveys his message. Um, and it's really, really good work. But oh, and the it inhibits the reader's understanding that's true. But depending on the level you're talking about, um, it can be valuable to have kids, instead of going, here's every English grammar rule, incidentally, some of them are contradictory. Um, yeah, I agree. Um, but especially if you write things, like if you're talking about a writer, you write enough things, you're gonna fuck something up. And you start writing professionally, sometimes an editor's not gonna catch it. Especially, God, the hours that certain academics work, you just no sleep, tons of coffee, doing your best. But yeah, it is of course better to follow the structured grammar rules. But if good on you, Jay, because I am staying far the fuck away. I'm I'm good. That was I finished my bachelor's and my mom was like, "Hey, do you want to do a master's?" And I was like, "Fuck no." Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations. I knew that that was a thing, but oh god, yeah, yeah. Don't you do have a choice. Don't harm yourself for this, but on the other hand, if it's like that or go into this economy for a job with a bachelor's in English, yeah, probably keep going. Yeah, you chose English. Um yeah. You and I are different people. I was not super worried about it. That. Honestly, that was fucking hilarious to me. Um, in that I went into Mason my first semester and it was online, and I took a couple of yeah maybe I took a couple of asynchronous classes and I fucked them up real bad. Like it did not get me like I my ADHD just did not vibe with that. And so I got D's in those classes. And there's a program called the PASS program at Mason. And if you fuck up and get your uh, grade too low, if you're below a 2.0, you got to go through the PASS program, which is super exciting because I was at a 1.98. So that was a fun semester dealing with that bullshit. But what made me laugh was I did it. I dealt with that. I just never took an asynchronous class again, and I was fine. Like I was online classes were fine as long as I had a time I was expected to show up. But uh, I got an email my last semester at Mason. It was like, "Oh hey, congratulations, you're on the dean's list." I literally laughed out loud. I thought that was fucking hilarious. Because it's one of those things that I never like. I wanted to do my work well, but I never really cared what the grade was. My goal was to get through. Um, oh yeah, I learned absolutely nothing in those classes. But yeah, for sure, the online classes or the regular classes were totally fine for me as long as I had a time to show up. I was fine. But uh, nice. But yeah, I was in classes where I was not going to get over a 4.0. Like even hypothetically, I didn't take any of those like super extra shit that could bump you above that. I was like, nah, I'm okay. My need for academic validation was basically zero. Now that said, I was always a very engaged student, primarily because that's how I learn. Um, yeah, no, you're not wrong about the long term academia. And I never had any illusions that that was gonna be a good place for me. I just fundamentally don't vibe with how school is set up. Oh yeah, absolutely. And in your case, I think it's a very good idea to maintain that sort of work and get into those sorts of programs that will get you to where you want to be. Though I will say, God, the idea of being a lawyer right now is like, I can't tell if that is the safest possible profession to want to be right now based on what's going on. Uh, well, okay, look, the high school to college thing, 100% is a question of like, I did not enjoy high school, but I pretty much enjoyed my senior year because I was taking a criminal justice class that was 3 hours long every other day, and a theater class, and like just four basic other classes that I was fine at. Um, but it was the other ones where I'm like, I don't really care about this shit. I'm like, I took an anatomy and physiology class because I already had a medical background. Um, oh, absolutely. As far as the professors in college, I had one or two bad ones. I had a couple good ones that just had really fucking thick accents that made it kind of rough when it was like statistics, and I'm not great at math. Um, or the one I remember is I had a Korean professor who, for some reason, one, used the word specifically a lot, and two, pronounced it specifically. Um,
So she would say that many, many times every lesson. And also, I had to use Microsoft Access in that class, so basically, it was fucking terrible. Uh, but that was also, again, kind of my experience at Nova, because I went ahead and just I was stuck taking a bunch of classes I didn't really care about, but I also got to take some criminal justice classes that were good. And then I got to Mason, and it was like, okay, I'm in anthropology. Yeah, it was high school 2.0, but it's also the best community college in the country. Like, it, by a long shot, and repeatedly titled that. Um, so I had some solid professors there. I had a basically, decent time. Turned out I was a much better student going back in. Um, but it was very high school 2.0, uh, where I was stuck taking classes I didn't really care about. But I got some nice ones that, I liked for my degree. And then I went to Mason and took only shit that I cared about. And I was like, fuck yes. I excelled at Mason because I actually cared about what I was studying. Um, even I mean, technically, I was forced to take Russian classes, but that was just because I went from an associate of science to a bachelor of arts, and so they needed a language, and I chose one of the most grammatically complex languages on the planet because I didn't know that going in. But fuck it, I'm at like 1630 days on Duolingo now, so hooray. But yeah, my experience with higher education as far as like my last 2 years of college were so much better because I gave a shit about what I was studying. And that's where my aunt, who has her master's, and no, has her PhD actually, is like, hey, you would make an incredible master's student. I'm like, you know what? I don't disagree with you. Like, probably I would, because I would care about the things I was studying again. But I don't need more school. I'm okay. I'm good. Now she is a PhD because she's in psychology, and you just kind of have to be if you want to do that as a career. But that I knew that with anthropology as well. Like you need a master's minimum, and generally speaking, if you want to be doing anything, you need a PhD. And I just was never gonna do that. I mean, my plan going back into college was get an associates and get out, but then Nova had the guaranteed admissions program, and I had qualified for the Pell Grant at that point, and I was like, well, I'd be leaving money on the table. Oh yeah, well that's the thing though, is for a significant period of history, the passion for learning could only be achieved at a place like, uh, higher education, a university, a college, whatever. But now my being my crippling ADHD can learn things online, which is great because even if I, don't read the news article perfectly, I don't have a professor at the back end going, "Hey, how well did you read it?" Um, so I can kind of do it at my own pace. If I care, I'll read it more closely or look into it further. But I just never vibed with how the whole grading system worked, and it was much better in college because I cared. So I went ahead and put the effort in. But yeah. Motivation is a false friend. Motivation is a lie. Uh, a, and I had to teach myself that motivation is a thing that comes and goes. What I learned is I needed discipline, which with ADHD is a pain in the ass sometimes. But I, partway through college, I was like, I don't need motivation if I can be sufficiently disciplined. Um, and so I learned like I can get motivated about something like, oh hey, I want to run this D&D game. I need to write some stuff for it. I can get motivated because I'm excited about it. But if I got a paper due that like, okay, the subject's sort of interesting, but I don't really want to write a paper right now, it's a question purely of discipline. The motivation is irrelevant. Like, can I be sufficiently disciplined to sit down and do this? And the answer, as long as I could throw some metal music on in the background, was usually yes. But I find uh, music to be an invaluable tool to sort of take that part of the ADHD that wants to fiddle or move and occupy it while I get shit done. Uh, yeah, okay, fair. Hey, if that works, it works. Um, it is the kind of thing that keeps people in college into their 80s. Um, just continuing to grasp for that validation. There was an old College Humor sketch back when they existed about students like that were needed the academic validation, and so they would just keep going to fucking college because that was how they got things done. Um, but you're certainly not alone in having that need for academic validation, or allowing it to push you to greater heights as far as what you can create. Um, but it definitely is one of those things that you will need to at some point either hit that discipline gap or find another factor that is intrinsically motivating in whatever you're doing. Or, I mean, particularly if you're planning to go into a professorship, make a friend in whatever administration you end up in that can, like, read over your shit and compliment you on it, because that'll functionally be the same thing. Yeah, I won't say I'm the most disciplined person in the world for sure. The ADHD fights back against that, but oh, knowledge is power, but also knowledge can be real depressing. When you know a thing and you can tell people a thing and they just won't fucking believe you, and you're like, but I learned it, and they're like, yeah, no, I don't believe you. And it's like, fuck. Knowledge is occasionally the power to look helplessly on as people ignore your knowledge. Yes, I definitely, yeah, God, yeah, climate science. But yes, I definitely made some friends at Mason who were highly intelligent and would further themselves for knowledge. It's not only, yeah, it's not only they get it, it's the talking about it for me. Um, the do something about it. I mean, look, I hung out with anthropology and philosophy students. We mostly talked about it. Um, the do something was not at the forefront, though. To be fair, um, Biden was in office by the time I was on campus, so there was less do something about it that we needed at the time. Um, but yeah, it was definitely a place that I had a lot of very good conversations. Um, yeah, as long as you take the time to spread that information, which is where like I think streaming and talking about various things, and then doing YouTube videos on a series of subjects, but primarily history, uh, is taking that knowledge and hopefully passing it on. Because otherwise, it's all just stuck in my head. And I am a fragile little meatbag that could conceivably be hit by a truck any day. I that's kind of my goal is video essays. Um, I've got 5 pages on John Brown right now, uh, and I'm just now getting to the famous thing he did. So, fuck the groundhogs. By the way, if I ever get to the point where I'm like getting subs regularly, I'm gonna have one of you draw uh a butchered groundhog as the like sub alert. It'd be like an offering. Um, but yeah, the idea would be video essay broadly, but ideally with some jokes interspersed to kind of keep an audience engaged. Um, but yeah, 5 pages on John Brown, and I'm just now getting to the thing that he was famously hanged for. So it's taken a little while. And also when I finally get around to doing that, I need to learn some video editing because I have very limited experience with that. Oh dear, am I clicking random links in my chat today? Is that what we're doing? Why is that not working? Oh yeah, no, that's cool. Oh cool. Okay, yeah, I'll watch that later. No, honestly, my primary inspiration as far as video essayists go is Lindsay Ellis did a lot of really, really interesting ones over the years, from entertainment to social issues to all kinds of things. And she got bullied off the internet for one of the stupidest fucking reasons I've ever seen. Or bullied off of YouTube anyway. Basically, she was talking about how Raya and the Last Dragon are more or less Raya and the Last Dragon and I want to say Avatar: The Last Airbender are like basically the same plot. I haven't actually seen Raya and the Last Dragon, but uh, was talking about that and basically a lot of people were like, "Wow, you think all of these Asian shows are the same?" And she, tired at the time, had just woken up and responded, "No, but if you squint your eyes," and then she was like, "Fuck." And people were like, "Oh, mask off, yada yada." And so someone who had been on YouTube for like 7 years, putting out really educated content and like clearly super left leaning, was bullied off the internet by leftist idiots applying purity tests. Um, oh yeah, yeah. I mean, the video essays are definitely a genre, and with any genre, you get generic and even bad. Um, and the theory is, 90% of everything on the internet is shit. So the goal is to, be in that 10% if you're gonna make a thing, put effort into it, etc. And a lot of those are by design because you get, right wing idiots like Shapiro or Matt Walsh going on about various things. Um, that like aren't well researched, aren't logical, use bad data, etc., all to push an ideological point rather than to study a subject. Um, and some of them are probably just incompetently made because not everyone's a competent, essayist. Um, I mean, hell, I'm a little out of practice myself, but I think I'm doing an okay job. We'll see how comes out. But yeah, Lindsay Ellis and Jenny Nicholson are the two that I kind of point to as far as like really good video essays. And there are others. Philosophy Tube does really, really good stuff. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to explain what the fuck Grimes is. Is this a thing I'm too old for, or am I just out of touch? Or both? It's probably both. Okay, cool, cool. Figured. Yeah, the pseudo intellectualism mixed with American anti intellectualism is sort of interesting because the destruction of education made people who could conceivably have been actual intellectuals into pseudo intellectuals because they got partway there but didn't really fully. Oh, Jesus, that is a really rough trajectory, to be honest. I mean, don't get me wrong, starting on Tumblr wasn't great, but whew. I mean, having any kids with Elon Musk is rough. Three is just unfortunate. I mean, I get it, money's alluring, but well, it was text based, and the other issue, yeah, well, you always get imitators that are not quite up to the challenge of the original thing, particularly when anything gets popular. But it's the inherent value of YouTube is that you don't have to sit there and read it, which unfortunately 54% of Americans are at a sixth grade or below reading level. And as much as it pains me, talking directly to people is the way to get your message across better, or at least more widely, just because people are either unwilling or literally incapable of sitting down to read it. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's it's not good. Um, as someone who was incredibly fortunate to have a dad who didn't like kids' books, um, and so he started reading adult fantasy novels to me as a kid. Uh, eh, that's not a TikTok thing. Like it's not helping for sure, but like Vine was a thing, and they limited videos to literally 6 seconds. TikTok actually is longer attention span by that metric. Like don't get me wrong, the whole idea of like get your point across in as brief a period as possible leads not only to, you know, the functional misunderstandings of concepts because you can't get the whole concept across in X number of seconds. Well, fewer people were online for Vine. I think if it became popular when TikTok did, it would have had a similar ripple. Um, yeah, and even YouTube has YouTube Shorts and shit. Yeah, the algorithm. I'm not on TikTok, but I understand the algorithm is really fucking good at pigeonholing people. Um, Basically, like picks up on, like, oh, you are into, you know, LGBT content and singing, and I don't know, painting. Um, and so all your shit's that. Um, but as benign as that is, it's equally capable of going, oh, you're a fucking conspiracy theorist. You would love all this insane shit. And that's all they ever get. Yeah, echo chambers are a really tough problem to solve. Partially because the human psyche really likes them. The most basic level is, people like thinking that they're smart and correct, so they will gravitate to places that tell them that they are smart and correct. Uh, well, so here's the thing, right? Like, to what degree are an echo chamber and a safe space different? Because I think they're not the same thing, but I think there's significant overlap. Yeah, exactly that. Um, the idea that you could conceivably have a bunch of people being positive towards each other, um, or you could have a bunch of fucking Nazis all saying some heinous shit, are equally viable in the safe space slash uh, echo chamber space. Um, and it is nigh impossible to tell one apart from the other at some level, just because you've got like r slash conservative, where they are ostensibly a bastion for free speech, but only flared users are allowed to comment, and also anybody who goes against the party line is immediately banned. Um, yeah, there's definitely, but the idea is like, okay, obviously, our conservatives an echo chamber. Like you started that by labeling it our conservative, but it's also a safe space in the sense that the mods are endlessly going around eliminating any thought that opposes that party line slash safe space for conservative thought. Yeah, Reddit. Okay, so I don't know that I can defend Reddit. I can say that I've been on it for 11 years. Um, because the thing to Reddit is like you can kind of carefully craft your own safe spaces slash echo chambers, um, which is what makes it as dangerous as it is fun to use. Because I personally have a bunch of shit like gun subreddits, D&D subreddits, news subreddits, anthropology subreddits, like really stuff that I find fascinating. Child free subreddit is great. Um, but I could just as easily go in there and get a bunch of like the gun subreddits are interesting. Just guns is actually a pretty interesting mix of various belief systems. Probably leans right, but has a bunch of stuff. Second Amendment liberals is actually kind of fascinating. Because uh, in the echo chamber space, Second Amendment liberals definitely has a bunch of people that would consider themselves libertarian, and a bunch of people that would consider themselves leftist. And then you've got liberal gun owners, which I left in 2020 because they started banning people for bringing up the fact that the Biden administration was not only that the Biden administration was looking to crack down on guns, but like just for linking to the campaign website where it said that. Um, and so they turned that like it was visibly an echo chamber, so I left. Um, Because I'm happy to. Yeah, yeah. It was one of those where it's like, yeah, man, you can't. Like, I get that you want to have your guns and also not a fascist running the country, but at least acknowledge that you are risking certain rights in order to get all the other ones to work out. Um, because if you don't, you're sitting in an echo chamber. Uh, and so I left. I left World News last year because during the uh, Israeli infiltration into Palestine, they started banning anyone that was critical of Israel for anti Semitism. And it's like, well, that's now an echo chamber. I got to bail. Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing, right? That's where I'm at, Jay. Is you've got people, and I saw this a lot in 2020, um, where you've got people protesting against cops, like the post George Floyd, um, and a whole bunch of people going "fuck the police," all cops are bastards, while simultaneously going like, "Hey, we should ban guns." And I'm like, "So you don't trust cops, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "But you want them to be the only ones with guns?" And they're like, yeah, I mean, in the sense that guns allowed American colonialism to happen, yeah. The only reason that, well, actually, no, there were two reasons. One, we had guns. Two, we had diseases. And diseases were actually far more effective. Uh, we just wiped out an estimated 95% of the Native American population purely because they didn't have big cities that were like breeding grounds for these diseases, particularly given, standards of living at the time. Um, and so smallpox had evolved again and again and again and again and again in European cities, and then Native Americans, when introduced to smallpox, malaria, all kinds of shit, uh, measles, just died outright because they had no protections against that kind of thing. Um, but the thing with guns is, right, like, if I were to go to Norway, they you can buy rifles. You need a permit from the government, and you can only shoot at approved locations. But like, yeah, you can still get stuff, just not to the degree you can in the U.S. And if I were founding a new country, like I roll up on a new island, uh, here's the thing, particularly regarding cops. The difference is almost irrelevant just because police have qualified immunity. Um, and because of that, it's not that they cause more deaths. The problem is more that guns are effective at causing death. So you'll get people who are like, I want to end gun violence, and it's like, well, okay, yeah, that would be cool, but it doesn't stop people from killing each other. Like you get people that want to kill each other, they'll use rocks. Their guns are just better at it. Um, well, that's the thing. Like you could. hypothetically, you wave your magic wand, you end gun violence. Like, okay, you got rid of all the guns. Way to go. Now, people who want to kill each other have to use different methods. Wherever will they find a kitchen knife? It. I get it. I get the urge to want a simple answer, but A, there are an estimated 400 million guns in the country. B, we are an incredibly diverse nation with different cultures, and that with that comes cultural clash. You mix that with the rising rates of poverty, the wealth gap, you get more desperate people fighting over the scraps. So even if all the guns go away, it's just not, the violence doesn't end. Like, okay, is a very effective tool for the violence gone? Sure. But you absolutely don't end the violence just because you've taken away a tool for the violence. And there are people that'll go, you know, people that'll talk mass shootings. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's where when people talk about wanting to end gun violence, I'm like, okay, cool. So we want to increase minimum wage. We want to improve access to mental health care. We want to reduce poverty. And they're like, no, no, no. We want to stop gun violence. I'm like, yeah, cool. This is how you do that. And they're like, well, that's hard. So we want to ban guns. I'm like, well, fucking, I tried. And that's like, look, I vote. My first presidential election was 2016. I voted blue down ballot my whole life, my whole voting life, and I am aware that I am voting against my gun rights every time I do it. But class revolution when the bread and circuses are no longer sufficient. People will need to starve, and the entertainment will need to be sufficiently lacking that overthrowing a government is more fun. A combination of those two things. Yeah, it absolutely is. TikTok is modern circuses. TikTok, YouTube, Netflix. We have really fucking good circuses. And the billionaires know that. Why do you think they backed off the TikTok ban real fucking fast? Is it a tool of the fascist regime? Yes. It's also a tool of various leftist movements. It's also a tool of authoritarian Chinese rule. I mean, it's a tool. How it's used is broadly irrelevant. I think Marshall McLuhan would say the medium is the message. I never much agreed with McLuhan. Fucking microphone is fucking with me. All right. Uh oh, more harm than good. I okay. I'm not gonna disagree with you outright, but only because I don't know how to quantify that. Maybe. Um, but yeah, but back to reading the news, the problem there is, as we established, people can't fucking read. Um, yeah, Substack I've seen actually increasing in usage lately. A lot of journalists that are still independent are doing shit on Substack. Why do we think people can't read? Because Republicans have been making an active effort to defund education since fucking the late 70s, early 80s. It's certainly going to try.
Uh, I would love for that to happen. I don't. It's definitely going to put us in a place where the world could be saved, but you need enough people who are not satisfied with the bread and circuses to get off their asses and do something about it. And right now, I mean, people around the world are going, "Hey, Americans, what about all those guns and fighting tyranny?" And the real answer is people are currently too comfortable. The uh eh people have been talking about that shit since Penny Dreadfuls in the Old West. Like, oh, comic books are killing literacy. It's like, nah, the kid's still reading. Um, Now if you wanted to argue short form videos, like, yeah, maybe. Um, but it's definitely one of those things where the technology is evolving. The question is how we evolve along with it, because that shit's not going away. So the question is, what is the value we can get from it? What is the harm of allowing it to continue? And in what way can we regulate it to improve? What I'll say is, oh boy, fucking AI is. The AI bubble's gonna burst. The AI is not currently advanced enough to do what Silicon Valley is telling everyone that it can do. And so, like, yeah, okay, Chat GPT is. I mean, that honestly, if you wanted to make an argument for things that are currently killing uh, literacy, the fact that if a person can type into Chat GPT a semi accurate ish prompt, they can get back what appears to be an assignment, more or less, that a student could write. And the innate problem is, yeah, ChatGPT is kind of shitty at writing things, but also so are students. Um, so it can be difficult to tell depending on. Right. See, people with have a brain cell can tell it's AI slop, but what I'm saying is, yeah, you have some fucking dumb kids that can't write for shit, and so the difference is not as noticeable as it might otherwise be. Um, yeah, you got a comparison of a professor writing a paper on a subject they know about versus ChatGPT. Yeah, it's going to be obvious, but a middle schooler, maybe. But yeah, AI is really, I mean, genuinely a potentially valuable thing if applied. Yes, more and more so, honestly. Um, as it gets more trained and interacts with more prompts, it becomes easier and easier to spot. Um, and I mean, I personally avoid it, period. But I know a lot. Unfortunately, I know teachers that will be like, "Okay, I need to write an assignment for a class. I just needed to basically do this, and they'll throw it into ChatGPT and edit it." Now they're editing it, so it says what they wanted to say theoretically. But even that, to my mind, degrades the process. Like you're not putting the same amount of thought in, so it doesn't. Yeah, for sure. I will say it mostly understands basic grammar conventions. It's I've seen it be iffy about some of them. And yeah, 100%. I think older people using AI is actually less bad, but when you're
bringing up kids on it, I think you're absolutely dulling their skills. And I will say, I am invariably frustrated when I Google a thing and it's like AI response. I'm like, I just scroll past that shit. Oh, yeah, it's very good at figuring out the words. It's god awful at context. I mean, shit, I can't say too much about it. I was always a kid who would read articles that way. Like I would extract the small information but not actually get what the article was about. It's possible ChatGPT has ADHD. We'll see. Um, but yeah, it's basically all language learning models are just that. They're learning. It's the same idea of a doctor practicing medicine. It's practice. They're not perfect at it. Um, to be honest, there are really valuable applications for AI, but most of them are in testing models. Really? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't fuck with it if I'm honest. Um, but yeah, I don't know how it. Yeah, and as much as I want to say that's a Chat GPT thing and that's a real problem, um, I it's not explicitly a Chat GPT problem because way back when you had Cliff's Notes, um, and those I mean those were basically a short form way to skip your readings as far back as God, like the 70s. Hang on one second. Cliff's Notes, history. Jesus, I was wrong. Started in 1958. So, like, ChatGPT is a new version of that, but yeah, Cliff's Notes has been around since before the 1960s, so it's just marginally easier now. Um, and people who want to cheat are functionally cheating themselves. They just don't know it for 10, 20 years until they suddenly need that information or the skills that learning that information would tell you. And well, and to be honest, the value of Cliff's Notes for a teacher was that they could also get the Cliff's Notes and they would know exactly what was in there, and so they could write around it so that if someone only used Cliff's Notes, they could catch them on having not done the actual reading. Oh yeah, the whole idea of AI hallucinating is fascinating in me. Um, more from a I don't understand how the tech works perspective than anything else. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying about like the AI bubble being going to burst. It's not as good as Silicon Valley would have you believe. And so I mean, sure, is it convenient for certain things? Okay. This I will. Actually, fuck it. I'll read now. Oh Jesus. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about, though, with all the people in the article talking about how incredible it is while fundamentally not understanding how it works. They can see the results, but not the back end. And so the results appear impressive, but they, at some level. Oh, and the other problem with AI is it gets dumber because it has to interact with humans. Yeah, it's interesting. But uh, and to be perfectly honest, I don't wholly disagree that it could be a supplementary tool if it was incapable of hallucinating. If if that were not a thing, 100% it could be useful. However, it does exist, and I mean, and that's even putting aside all the issues I have with the fact that they stole information from the entire internet to make any of it work in the first place. Yeah, that's probably true. It's and maybe some of this is just that I'm, not as familiar with the technology because I'm aware that it steals content from, people, artists, etc. to work. I have made an effort not to use any of it to the degree that I can avoid it. At least the wider scope stuff, the simple scope that figures out what word I'm typing on my phone so I can just press it instead of continuing to type the word is valuable. But that's what I'm talking about. Narrow use cases. Like, sure, AI is great for that. No real harm there. It's interesting. I think the fatal flaw is the hallucination. I think that until you can fix that, none of the other stuff matters because it could all be hallucinating. Oh, and it'll never. I mean, okay, that's not fair. I can't say it'll never get subtext. We're a long way off. It's just fundamentally not likely for it to get there in the next decade plus. Because human beings spend decades learning how to suss out, subtext, meaning, themes, etc. And Casper, if it was working exclusively on high level academic text, it would probably be fine. But because it's working off whatever they could scrape off the internet, turns out there are some dumb people on the internet. So the most likely answer to whatever you ask may not be correct. Yeah, probably. Here's my problem with that statement, Jay. I'm bad at math, so I'm not the correct person to say what math can or cannot do. Um, like probably I agree with you, but it's definitely not my area of expertise. The other problem with AI is not even an AI problem, it's a corporate problem where AI is just a buzzword now. Where they're like, oh yeah, we use AI, and it's like they're actually just using an algorithm, which are not the same thing. Not yet. I will say not yet. And I and maybe it's the sci-fi lover in me. Maybe I just want Cortana to be real. But the idea of an AI that can do that thing, it has been pretty embedded in me since a young age. So I definitely think the math could get there, given quantum computing, all that sort of holographic storage. Like it would take supercomputers now that might eventually become regular computers. Yeah, that's true. And there's a fundamental flaw in trying to get machines to understand human concepts. Uh, though certainly there is a degree to which it can figure things out, but I still think one of my favorite examples of AI fucking up is they did a study on patients with cancerous melanoma of the skin, and they took a bunch of pictures, fed it in, and they were like, this. Basically, they wanted photo analysis to go like, what are the things that stand out in these photos in the cancerous versus non-cancerous skin cells, and the AI determined that it was more likely that the individual had cancer if there was a ruler next to the spot, because obviously they were measuring the ones with cancer for a good reason, and a bunch of the other legs just have that didn't have the ruler in it. So the AI, again, not great at subtext. Oh, ResearchGate wants to make sure I'm human. It's going to be terribly disappointed. I will read that later. Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I think I saw that on John Oliver's show last year in a piece he did on AI. But the idea being basically like, okay, yeah, you really are going the distance in academia, Jay. I have several articles to read when I'm done. I'll report back to you on Friday how it went. Well, fuck. Hang on. Let me see if I can fix that. All right. I think that fixed it. Cool. Am I less underwater? Cool. All right. But this is the other thing. I find the subject matter interesting, and again, like I said, not in school anymore, so I don't actually have to, you know, write a paper about it. I can just read it and learn stuff. But yeah, AI is one of those things that, like, I have very basic opinions on just because I have a very basic understanding of it. Um, I have opinions about how the tech is created that I disagree with, but how the tech functions itself, I just don't know enough to make a confident statement on. Oh god, annotated bibliographies are the worst. It's just not fun. MLA, APA, I assume for English MLA. Yeah, MLA is at least not super difficult. Yeah, yeah, Chicago's terrible. What's the other thing Chicago's called? Because it's called two different things, and I remember that always fucking with me. Okay, yeah. All right, now I gotta check. But yeah, Chicago Citations is called something else too. Uh, Turabian style is the other. It's Chicago slash Turabian style, traditionally used by business, history, and the fine arts. Yeah, always hated Chicago. Not the city. I found their airport to be fine. That was really all of the city I experienced. But yeah, it's that. I mean, honestly, you want to put AI to work, make it make MLA citations for me so that I don't have to. Yeah, I mean, APA is. I'm more partial to MLA because I found that simpler, but yeah, APA is fine. Yeah, I get it. Slander's your style. Oh, that's right, because yeah, you would have to do it. Yeah. See, that was the fun thing in anthropology is I had to do both depending on what class I was in. I don't know. All I know is that I'm glad I don't have to use either citation style anymore because I'm out of college. It's great. I'd say you guys are missing out, but all you're really missing out on is the, you know, awesome job market that just had like 80,000 federal workers dropped into it locally. All manner of fun things. Yeah, it's exactly as fun as it sounds. Okay, Jay, APA is only used for science, and it is built for science, but why? What does APA not work for in a humanities context? Because I'd be inclined to say that you could use it. It just isn't doesn't tend to be. Yeah, definitely an oddity. I've gotten lucky in the sense that I only ever had to use Chicago one time, and other than that, it's been just MLA and APA. Oh, sure. Yeah, okay. Publication dates I could see being needlessly annoying. I will say I always appreciated that Wikipedia had citations available at the bottom that I could usually follow back to a well crafted MLA or APA citation, depending on what the subject was. Oh, sure. Yeah, that would because right, it would use the publication of the article rather than the date that was being studied. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. The style would be then somewhat contingent on having multiple spaces for both publication and area of study if you wanted it to work that way. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that feels a little subjective. To be honest, I didn't particularly enjoy looking at either. Because Big Printer is in on it. They just want to sell you more paper, which is ironic for the science citation method. Studying climate change and you cause more climate change. Oh, yeah, Jesus. Yeah, as far as the the whole idea of carbon emissions is just genuinely fucking absurd. Um, that you had back in the 60s, the oil companies figured out that they were fucking up the atmosphere semi irreversibly, and so they kicked off the recycling campaigns of the 70s to get people to believe that if they individually took the time to recycle shit that statistically wasn't recyclable. Like most of plastic isn't. It's like some like 7% of plastic is actually functionally recyclable. Um, no, honestly, you know what? Here's my thing, right? I will say that Taylor Swift is okay to fly around in her private jet because she is flying around to concerts to entertain people in this short and miserable life we all are stuck living together. She is bringing joy to people across the world, and her private jet emits a whole lot less than factories, Bitcoin mining farms, like no, 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 no. Celebrity, nah. Celebrities are not. Celebrities, like, okay, yes, is Taylor Swift a billionaire? 100%. But she got there through entertainment. She, like, was there a degree of exploitation there? Exploitation of labor, sure, if you want to talk about, the recording artists and the mixers and whoever, because sure, they're making more money than they're paying back, but that's just sort of how labor goes at some level. The problem that I have with billionaires is not a problem I have with Taylor Swift, though. She, I'm not saying she got there all on her own. Her dad helped her for sure, but she also got there in the entertainment industry. Entertainment is not the kind of thing that is destroying the planet. It's broadly megacorps that are putting out. Sorry, the point I was trying to reach was that megacorps tried to make it look to the average consumer like they could have a real effect by recycling, when in fact the there it's 20 corporations output 80% of the world's carbon, and anything you can do as an individual is so massively dwarfed by that. Well, rich people do charity work because they don't want to get lynched. But real answer, Bezos is the one, crushing people under his boot to, piss in jars in Amazon warehouses. Taylor Swift is giving concerts that people enjoy. Like, look, I'm not saying that she's a saint of a person. I don't even know that much about her. But I am far less inclined to be opposed to a billionaire who made their money through entertainment because they are incredibly statistically rare than I am a billionaire who made their money through but who's she crushing? She's not systemically doing pretty much anything. Like you could get pissed about her ticket prices, but that's a Ticketmaster problem more than it is a Taylor Swift problem. Because what I would look at as the difference is like, or I mean, even if you were to take Bezos out of it, like Carlos Slim, who had who was for a time the richest man in the world, based off of oil, like the amount of damage that he as a billionaire is doing is just incomprehensibly larger than Taylor Swift's private jet. Like it's just a mathematically different echelon that you're looking at. Now, if I again, I don't know much about Taylor Swift. Now, if you want to say she's having her shit made in like a sweatshop, like okay, we could talk about unfair labor practices. But one, I don't know whether or not that's the case. Two, still a massive. Oh, it's absolutely a tendency in culture to idolize the rich. You know why? Because everyone wants to be them. Um, because God, life would be easier with money. Um, I get it. I don't. I try to avoid doing it, but I get it. And God, if you gotta give, kids an example, it's like I would rather that they want to be Taylor Swift than they want to be fucking Elon Musk, frankly. Like, eh, if they're doing shitty business things, I agree. Um, because at some level, I think it is nigh impossible to get to $1 billion without some degree of exploitation. That said, Taylor Swift more or less did an end run around the studio system to make her money. Um, Upholding class divide, I don't know that I agree. In the sense that, like, okay, yes, is there a class divide between the average person and Taylor Swift? 100%. Is there a class divide based on oppression in the same way? I'm inclined to say no. Yeah, okay. Now, if you want to say no one should be up there, 100% agree. I would be more than happy to be like, okay, wealth caps out at $100 million. Anybody with $100 million and $1 in their bank account is executed. Um, so you best get rid of your money and redistribute it. I'm down. Like, let's make that society. But that's just a question of, yeah, the, the reign of terror wasn't great. Um, particularly given that Robespierre wound up hoisted the end of his own petard. Um, but he, it's a question of like, okay, if we want to talk about redistribution of wealth, I am totally on board as far as giving people opportunities. But the problem that you run into is like you can cap wealth, but the more practical thing is just taxing wealth appropriately. Um, Much like we did in the 50s when there was like a 90% marginal tax rate over, I don't know, $1 million or something annual income, and close all the tax loopholes that the billionaires have basically paid to have enshrined in our system. And once you've done that, you start getting the real money in taxes that the corporations need to be paying, and suddenly you're looking at the amount of money that was used to build the federal highway system, like public works that can actually be done if you've got that kind of money coming in, rather than billionaires cheating on their taxes and the IRS going after small fries because the small fries don't have the lawyers to fight back. Um, and that did kind of change during the Biden administration a little bit, but I don't see it continuing on that trajectory given current events. But yeah, I mean, if you want to argue that billionaires shouldn't exist, I'm 100% on your side. I just think that if you're using examples of bad billionaires, Taylor Swift is so low down that list. It's just, especially when Musk is flopping around being a fucking Nazi, like Jesus. Oh, 100%. Like the if you've looked at like what uh the cuts to all of the federal services are, and the amount of tax breaks that the rich are getting, it's the same number. Like it's not even okay. That's fair. Um, I mean that's fucking PR. But I just Taylor Swift is so low down my list that I don't even consider her, much less bother criticizing. Um, Yeah, but that's where I mostly focus my ire on people like Bezos, Musk, Zuckerberg, Carlos Slim. To be honest, I probably should. I'm confident he's done some shit wrong, but he's mostly stayed out of the U.S., so I don't know as much about the guy. Yeah, and that's where I don't disagree. Bill Gates had a if you want to yeah, if you want to criticize Bill Gates, I'll totally stand with you. The problem with Gates was the amount of money, in that he was a firm believer in the early 2000s in the idea of private schools, and he had the capital to back it up. And so he introduced a bunch of programs that uh, gave private schools more footing and funding than they ever should have had in the US. And it never would have gotten that far if he had not had the money in his pocket to make it go that far. He thought he had a good idea, and he had the capital to execute on it. Uh, and the trouble with billionaires is that they're at least as fallible as the rest of us if they haven't surrounded themselves with yes men, in which case they are generally far more fallible than us. Because most of us at least have someone around that'll look at us weird when we start spouting off crazy shit. But yeah, I mean, Gates, I'll 100% criticize for that. Went into that with good intentions, he just fucked it up. And had he not had the kind of capital that he had, yeah, and I mean, particularly now, but Jesus, um, you look at the sort of shit that Musk is pulling, frankly, at the moment, and it's clear that if you've got enough money, you can just do whatever. Um, and not only anti-democratic, but actively, arguably usurping power in a way that I don't think we've seen in this country since the business plot. And I'm really hoping for Smedley Butler to step up and save us all, but he's doesn't seem to be around. For those who are unaware, the business plot was the last time that fascism tried to come to the United States, and several corporations tried to take over the U.S., and one man named Smedley Butler stood in their way. He's also someone I want to do a video on at some point. Um, but I mean, the whole idea of American democracy is so overblown, in the sense that, like, as a country when we were founded, the slavery thing, so not terribly democratic on that front. Um, but the only people who could vote were white landowning men. So we've already put two barriers in the way of voting for. Good. Are we good? Okay. We appear to be back. We appear to be back. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, not sure where I cut off there, but oh, you'll be dead. Don't do that, Casper. Also, I feel obliged to point out that you're too young to drink. I'm sorry. The law has declared it so. Uh, but yeah, I definitely need to swap USB ports the next time I do this. I'm hoping that's the only issue. I might otherwise just have to buy a different USB cable. Uh, but where was I going with that? I am using an embarrassingly expensive SM7B microphone because I was hoping to use this for streaming, voice work, video recording, etc. I wanted to jump in at the deep end and get a really good one, um, thinking of it as an investment that I'm hoping will pay off, but we'll see. This isn't a mic issue. This is a cable issue. Either a cable issue or a USB port issue, and I don't know. This is a newish computer, but I haven't used this USB port before. I'm connected via XLR to a mixer that is connected via USB C to USB to my computer. It's a Scarlett Focusrite, uh, or a Focusrite Scarlett 212. Yeah, yeah, it's a very good mic. That I Oh, here's my embarrassing story for the day. So I was unpacking it and getting everything set up, and I realized that I am too poor to understand how very nice electronics work because I went to open the box and I realized that the extremely expensive mic didn't come with the XLR cable required to actually use it. Um, so as a person who just has never purchased high-end electronics before, that was a fun trip down the road. Um, which like whatever. I really here's came with one. Awesome. I dug around in the box. I was like, nope, no fucking cable. No, I'm sure it's because it's a like stupid expensive mic that they're like, oh yeah, all we need to send is the mic. It's one of those like luxury product things where you get less because it's supposed to be a luxury. Um, yeah, I was also surprised. Now, granted, the XLR cable is like 15 bucks, so no enormous loss. But I was like, really? And brilliantly, because had I've been like building stuff in OBS for a few days. I've been working on uh, setting up my Twitch account so that the moderations how I want it and pretty basic stuff overall. Um, but I hadn't taken the mic out of the box. So I could absolutely have known about this and just ordered a cable a couple of days ago if I had prepared in that way. So, really on me. Oh yeah, absolutely. Um, Enjoy your practice test. I know those are invariably fun. Um, Next stream will be Friday at 5:30. So, oh yeah, no, I remember this shit. This is why I got out of college. I graduated and left. I never took the SAT. I got lucky on that one and just took the ACT. And though I got fucked over because the I went into the science portion of the ACT and it was all physics, and I never took physics because I didn't have to, and I knew it was all math. So I avoided that, and I got to the ACT, and suddenly there were physics. Oh yeah, it wasn't fun. It's not super awful, but it definitely wasn't pleasant. Out of curiosity, why are you taking the ACT? Isn't that like a high school test? Is that not? Do they use that for other things? And no, I did not know the SAT is digital now. I also don't even know what the range of scores is on the SAT because they changed that while I was in high school. Oh, right. Yep, that'd do it. Yeah, it's good practice for getting into academia, learning all the pain in the ass things that the students need to use. Yeah, it's Jesus. That sounds awesome. Is it online? Honestly, I'm kind of glad that the training's taken weeks just because I would prefer that anybody who's educating kids has at least some time on the books. But yeah, I get how that can definitely compound with college work. That's cool. Yeah, please do. That'd be the thing if I can make the streaming thing work. I certainly would be looking for other work in between. Um, and with the mic, I'd love to do some voice work, but I don't know to what degree that's gonna appear. Um, Built a Fiverr account, but I haven't put a demo up yet because I just got the mic hooked up. So I'll be fiddling around in Audacity. Ah, yeah, sorry, didn't mean to keep you. Do your practice test, have all kinds of fun. Um, yeah, ACT was not a fun test for me. And then I finished it, went to college for a semester, and left before finally getting around to going back to college many years later, thanks to my mother, who kicked me in the ass until I did. Well, see, that's the funny thing. I absolutely could have done that. Um, like, I got into Nova and I had already taken the ACT, just like on the off chance that I was looking at other schools, which I really wasn't. So I went to Nova and I took the tests on the way in that they were like, hey, we need to make sure your English and math levels are good. And went in, took those, and was like, hey, your math levels are good, your English levels are good, you can take the normal classes, you don't need the remedial shit. I was like, cool. Then I left after a semester and went back 5 years later. Turns out those tests are only good for 5 years. So I uh, went back in and they were like, hey, your tests are expired. So now you get to take the tests again. I was like, fuck. I mean, I passed them again, so it wasn't a problem, but I was like, really? That's all right, fine. I understand why they're only good for 5 years, but also did it have to be the exact cutoff that I just missed? It's like, all right, fine. Uh, yeah, it's I basically wound up going through higher education mostly accidentally, just into Nova for a quick associates and get out, and then I was like, yeah, well, I guess I'm going to Mason, and then I wound up getting a 4-year education and speaking another language, so it worked out. Now I just need to figure out how to make money with any of that. But honestly, even if I don't ever do anything related to the degree, I felt that the education itself was valuable. Um, because I was studying things I was interested in, and the fact that I was working along with the Pell Grant at the time definitely helped. So I was, I mostly enjoyed my time in college. They made me take some classes I was not happy with, and I really fucked myself over with those asynchronous classes, but I I was I mostly had a good time. Though I will say it was weird going during COVID because my last semester at Nova was spring 2020, and then my first year at Mason was 2021 or 2020 into 2021. Um, so I didn't set foot on campus until fall of 2021, and so I was the senior on campus who had no fucking idea where they were. I literally my first day of classes had to navigate to my class using a map on my phone and the position of the sun. I was that lost. Yeah, the odd time to be in school, I will be really interested to see 20, 30 years from now the sort of papers that will be written on what time people were in school, like what grade people were in when COVID hit and how that affected them as a group, like what area of development being hit will have the worst longitudinal effects on students. Because as important as it was to get everyone out of the school, like it was also clearly a negative impact to their education. Uh, to the point that like once kids started returning to class, they were basically having teachers go, "Yeah, these kids are a grade level below where they're supposed to be." So I'll be interested to see if that's just a minor setback or if those years of COVID will have really, really long. Oh, for sure, social development, but I'll be interested to see if the change in educational development or mental development will have a major, major impact. But yeah, it's socialization for sure. I mean, you study psych. I don't know when a lot of those connections are formed in the brain, but I'm sure that was a particularly risky time. I actually, if I had to guess, I know the younger you are, the more impact it's likely to have. So probably it's the kids who are like kindergarten, first grade are gonna have the largest negative impacts over time from that loss of socialization and education. But at the moment, I just get to theorize about that until the papers actually come out in 20, 30 years. They'll come up with a pithy name for it too. The sickness generation, plague generation, something. Oh, absolutely. It's important the entire time. But there are studies that have been done as far as oh, I cannot remember the young woman's name. She's an old woman now. But there was a young woman who was discovered at like age 12 or something, to have been kept in a cage by her parents for her entire young life. Um, and she it was basically the Tarzan thing where like it came out of that at 12 years old, but with very little cognitive development that you would expect of a 12-year-old and little to no socialization, like basically none. And they could never teach her to speak. Like that was she was beyond the point at which she could learn that. Um, but she was not beyond the point at which she could learn uh, sign language. And so now I think she's in her 60s. She still signs. Um, but it was one of those things where researchers went, oh shit, the timing is really important to get some of these things locked into the brain young, or they just physically can't. So that's kind of what I'm talking about as far as what age will be hit the hardest, and I suspect it'll just be youngest up. Well, that's really depressing. I was, looking up this story just to give the woman's name. I was like, girl caged by parents. There are a disturbing number of stories that are not the one I was looking for. Oh yeah, I mean, long COVID's a whole thing as far as that's not even brain development. That's literally just deoxygenation of the brain, where you're getting lower and lower SpO2 levels. Yeah, I can't find who this is, and the further I look, the more depressing it gets. So I'm just not gonna keep going. Oh, the one who was tied to a chair for years. I remember that story, but no, it didn't come up here. Probably because I used the word caged rather than tied. Oh, there it is. Genie. Otherwise known as the Feral Child, born 1957. Recorded in the Annals of Linguistics and Abnormal Child Psychology. Oh, it wasn't a cage. Okay. Left her severely malnourished. Uh, did not acquire language during her childhood. Came to the attention of the LA County Child Welfare Authorities when she was 13 years and 7 months old, after which she became a ward of the state. Yeah, and basically remained nonverbal to this day, but it was capable of learning sign language and could therefore communicate through that. And honestly, you don't want to read a whole lot more of her life because it didn't get 100% better from there. Yes, yeah, that's true. Um, that sort of minute detail, that sort of subtext, that sort of specific detail they just never got to with her. Um, but I mean, she was 13 by the time she was found, and so, like I was saying, as far as the disruption of education, like it could have been anywhere in there. Um, and the trouble is, you kind of can't do an experiment on when kids learn language because ethics. It's a little rough to try and do that. You're just not. There's all these great ideas, and unfortunately, in order to test them on human beings, you just can't do it. It's the whole human rights thing. Oh yeah, old school psychology. I mean, Haller's Monkeys was insane. Like genuinely fucked up, but also fascinating. Oh yeah, yep. Metal Mother, the wire mesh, but it's also like really like it's bad. Obviously, like you shouldn't treat monkeys like that, even in a lab setting, because they're sentient, bordering on sapient creatures. But also, it's really fascinating that they always went to the soft mother, even though the wire mother had milk. Like, they would get the milk they needed, and then they would go to the soft one, even though it didn't have a thing that they needed to survive. It just was more comforting. Um, and because they did it with monkeys, fair, like, that's a fair analog to humans. So you're learning probably something that's applicable to human beings there. Um, but yeah, I mean, ethics within those sorts of experiments really were not talked about as much in those days, and even up to the time of like the Stanford prison experiment, which granted ethics did had entered the conversation prior to that, but even so, like it was at a much less advanced stage than you're looking at now, and just just one of those things where you'd think the people overlooking it could maybe have been human long enough to go, hey, maybe we went a little far here. Maybe we should stop this before it goes further. And then someone else was like, no, 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 science though. And apparently that was a convincing enough argument to just allow the abuse to continue. Hardly the first time. I mean, if you know anything about Unit 731 in Japan or any of Nazi Germany's gene experiments, it's not good. You know, the other one that I think about, sort of in that category, is the one they did that was like almost okay. They were one step away from it being okay, which was the I don't remember what the experiment was called, but it was basically they put someone in a room with a dial, and oh, 100%. And fortunately, we don't need to necessarily torture people for it. Sometimes they are torturing themselves, and we can just study them. See individuals with dissociative identity disorder, generally formed from some trauma, and then we can study it from there. As long as we're not providing the trauma, it's totally super scientific and not at all a little fucked in the head. Um, Still, the wildest thing I've ever heard as far as the human brain is capable of is actually related to DID. There was a woman who had DID that had diabetes, and her alter didn't. So whatever was happening in her brain, the, it turned off the diabetes, or turned on the insulin production, I suppose, when she switched. Which just raises so many more questions. I'll see if I can find that for you. Oh, dumbass. So I searched DID diabetes in order to get, results on that, forgetting that, of course, I spelled did diabetes. I'm trying to find an article on it. I'm finding a bunch of questions related to it. I'm just, eh. Okay, this is more or less it. Oh god, it's on the NIH website. That's still up? Nice to see some things aren't broken yet. Yeah, I'm having trouble getting that on my computer, so I'm just going to text it to you. But yeah, I mean, human psychology is one of those things that I would have considered studying if I hadn't gone with anthropology. I definitely find that or philosophy just as interesting to talk about as anthropology, and to learn about. So I'm definitely. Okay, and the sound's back. Cool. Yeah, yeah. Don't hurt yourself. I will hopefully be able to unscuff this for the next stream, by switching ports, but we'll see. I'm definitely getting back to being able to talk this long. I haven't been DMing lately, so the multi-hour yapping is definitely taking a slight toll on my throat. Fortunately, I started with some coffee, so I'm doing alright. But, actually, on that point, I have water. I should drink some of that. Probably healthy or something. Yeah, vocal warmers would be smart, but also coffee's fine. What do you want from me, Casper? I was a techie. I don't know how to do vocal warm-ups. Do I know literally dozens of people I could ask? Yes, yes I do. Counterpoint, coffee. You misspelled lazy. I'm lazy. Yeah, okay, the water helped. All right. Sorry, 1 second. Just trying to adjust without knocking the USB port. It's scuffing enough on its own. All right. So sorry, I know what Jay was doing. What are you working on this evening, Casper? Or do you just get home from work? You're just hanging out? I will say, besides the mic cutting out, OBS has been behaving, so that's been nice. Okay, it's not due till Friday. It can probably be done on Thursday night. I cannot talk shit. I do the ADHD hyperfocus thing on getting work done right before the deadline really, really well too. Now, I was always good with a deadline and really bad at planning ahead and doing stuff before the deadline. I got better at it in college, but certainly during, you know, high school, I was just doing it all on the fly. Oh, that's fucked up. How are you going to do that? Wait, moved it back or forward? Because they moved it back to the middle of break, that is their prerogative. If they moved it forward to the middle of break, that's not cool. I'm just so divorced from the idea of a spring break this many years out of school. I suppose I'm not doing really anything at the gun range currently, so this week, so might as well be my spring break. Why not? Yippee. Yeah, that's. I was never fond of that. Like, I get that you have a finite time in a semester and you gotta make it all fit, but that the break is there for both the students and the professor to reset a bit. And if you can't do that, it's. I mean, okay, so it's necessary in higher education, but it's why I was always opposed to homework. The whole idea of homework, when it was introduced, was as a punishment for students that had done something deemed to be wrong, like being left handed at the time. But homework slowly, as the syllabus got more and more uh, complex, homework became a standard. So over time, you had people that were, doing nothing wrong, getting all of this homework. And as a kid with ADHD, it was like I was fine to show up to school and I could, pay attention in class. But as soon as I had to do something on my own time, that was my whole evening gone because I couldn't just sit down and focus. That wasn't an option. And so the idea of stressing students outside of class time during my, basic education was something that always bothered me. Now, obviously, if you're dealing in higher education, you gotta handle your own shit. But I've been firmly opposed to homework being assigned on break times for sure. Because if you're not getting a break, you're more and more likely to burn out. Which I mean, I guess the schools and the professors don't much care as long as why is it being funky though? Is it unfunky? Okay. Are we good? Are we good? Okay, cool. Sorry. Point was, never much liked homework. I think anyone assigning it on break needs to evaluate their priorities because burning out a student before the end of your class is not helpful to anyone. It's not even psychological warfare, it's just probably at least some level of psychologically damaging over time, at least for those of us that couldn't just sit down and get it done. Just because I would stress, like, even if I was dicking around and not getting the homework done, which a lot of times I was because ADHD, I would still know in the back of my mind that I had the homework. So I wasn't even enjoying the time that I was messing around. So I couldn't actually relax during it because I knew the homework was looming. It just never sat well with me, particularly knowing the history that it was originally a punishment. But like, I get it. The more you add to the curriculum, the more you gotta adjust. But I don't know. The thing that I think is the real future of schooling, that will make an incredibly annoying generation of children if it ever gets implemented, is memorization through singing. Because they've proven time and again that the fastest way to memorize anything is to memorize it to a tune. And so when they make entire lesson plans to song, they're gonna be some real fucking annoying kids walking around spouting that shit. mean, God, have you ever heard anyone sing the Elements song? Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, psychology has known this for a while, so the fact that there's not some Montessori kind of like weird style school that's exclusively dedicated to that actually surprises me. Yeah, it's definitely interesting how a tune bypasses the part of our brain that has difficulty remembering things. Or people don't talk about them because they don't want the songs to get stuck in their head again. They know there's no way out. Because that's the thing, right? Like, even if you do it all the song, you know that some of the songs are going to be annoying songs, right? Like, they can't all be bangers. Like, I was a kid raised on Schoolhouse Rock. I remember most, if not all, of the songs. Not all of them were perfect. There were definitely some, like, songs. Especially the ones about math, but that might have had to do with the subject matter for me. That said, I could probably sing most of I'm Just a Bill off the top of my head. Because again, it sticks. It works better. On an unrelated note, I've had Creep by Radiohead stuck in my head for like 2 days because I watched a video of someone singing it. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing? Yeah, 2 days now. Which like I don't hate the song, but like there are other songs I could go for. That's the really sad thing, right? Like I spent all this money on this really good mic, still can't sing. No value gained there. Just get yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, somehow I knew you meant auto tune. You know, I am fundamentally opposed to auto tune, if only because it robbed us of years of good Lady Gaga songs. She spent a solid decade of her career getting auto-tuned, and I was like, oh yeah, another pop starlet that can't fucking sing, just getting by on auto-tune. It's destroying the industry. And then I heard her sing one time, and I was like, those bastards. They've been auto-tuning her this whole time. She sings amazingly. Yeah, she's incredible, and I was so mad that I had to go through high school listening to fucking Alejandro and Poker Face, and I'm like, we could have had this voice instead of that shit. Come on. Yeah, my mother is very fond of her and Bradley Cooper in A Star Is Born singing "Shallows." Funny thing's probably the first song I heard uh, her sing that was recorded, not live, because the first time I heard it was live. But the first one that really, that's, yeah, that is some deep evangelical trauma. She will be reliving that with a fucking therapist in her 40s. God. And you know the worst thing is I know what the alternatives were, right? Like she didn't get cool music from the church. They I am convinced that King of the Hill got this one right. That scene where Hank walks up to a Christian rock artist and he's like, "You're not making Christianity any better. You're just making rock and roll worse." And as someone who owned multiple Newsboys CDs growing up, yeah, I was I will give I think two religious bands credit, and that's Reliant K, who only had a few good songs outside of their like religious bubble, and then Skillet, who had like one religious-ish album and then dropped it. Now, that was a boon for Christian kids at the time, because Skillet actually made good music, and they could point to that one album and be like, look, they're Christian, and then actually listen to good music. But yeah, that was the same era as. Oh, I mean, in its infancy, sure. It kind of left that shit behind. I've heard Decode. I've heard fucking Misery. That's Paramore was a lot of things, but actively Christian was not on the list. Yeah, I do appreciate that she's come out and said, yeah, like some of the lyrics in Misery Business are not, super cool to say today. But I wrote the song at the time, and people still really like it, so I'm gonna sing it. Like, all right, that's cool. As long as you're aware, that's fine. And especially like it's her song too. Like she wrote it, so it's fine. But she was like, "Yeah, the lyrics are kind of slut shamey. I did do that. My bad." Yeah, you know who gets to make that call? Not me. That's up to her. I've always been a firm, live how you want as long as you're not hurting anybody else, and that's apparently really hard for some people. Maybe I'm just lazy. I don't feel like getting in other people's business. because that would take effort, and I'm not worried about it as long as nobody's getting hurt. But apparently, it's like some people's whole fucking lives to be the nosy neighbor and, fascist enforcer. Always wondered what the crossover was. Yeah, nosy neighbor gossiping actually doesn't even bother me all that much. It's like a gossip versus shit talk are two different things. But it's like if you're gossiping about someone, it's like okay, yeah, you could probably do without it, but if you're like gaining information for social credit or pressure over people, that's a whole other like negative personality disorder. There's actually, and I'll see if I can find it for you later. A really interesting crossover between fascists and cluster B personality disorders that could be quite relevant to your studies. Because that's the thing, like, if we come out of what's going on now well, we're going to need to do a lot of studying. Uh, and the deprogramming is going to take some time. And so you will suddenly be very important for that kind of thing. Let's see if I can find that real quick. Oh, yeah, you'll dig this. This is a whole thing. Disorder in the court, cluster B personality disorders in U.S. case law. Yeah, it's basically the article was saying like it needs further study, um, but there are a number of theorists going, yeah, there are links between fascist behaviors and cluster B personality disorders, and so they would love to study it, but you also then need people who are A, fascists, and B, willing to let you study them, and the crossover of science-loving fascists is remarkably slim. Real science, they love pseudoscience. Yeah, I would think a lot of narcissistic traits would cross over with the lack of empathy generally seen in fascists. Um, which is, I mean, potentially super interesting to study, but again, the issue would be where you would get subjects. I apologize. That was my vertebrae cracking. Just saw it pop up on the mic. Ooh, yeah, that's interesting. Because both idolization and demonization are hugely central to fascist ideology. Just in the sense, like, they always need an enemy because otherwise fascism can't exist. Though I have always wondered at the demonization of former allies, like what is the disconnect there? Because that was one of the things that they ran into in Nazi Germany, where a bunch of socialists helped them get into power, and then you had an event called the Night of Long Knives, where all the socialists were killed, basically, because they were no longer useful. So to have them go from like I don't know if they were considered like actual fascist allies or if they were just the people that we're getting along with for now among anybody but the brass. Yeah, and I know that that's how it works in theory. I just don't understand that sort of hyper simplistic thought pattern, which always terrifies me when I see a thing that I don't get how a human brain can do, because I'm like, maybe my brain can do it, and I just don't know. Which is statistically true of a lot of human behavior, where you're just like, oh, why would a person do X? And it's like, well, if you get put in the right situation, your brain will also do X. Yeah, see, and suddenly we're back to Immanuel Kant. There's a reason I don't like his work. But yeah, I mean that was one of my major objections to Kant to begin with was just like the sort of thinking that you can justify with that is awful. There's no room for interpretation in that sort of headspace, which is, and that's the thing too. Like if Kant was a madman, I could write off his work as that. But so very many people followed Kant's teachings that I'm like, I don't get it, but I need to attempt to understand it at some level because enough people are engaging with it that I can then use that to understand them and their actions, even if I don't still get the original thing. I'll stick to Carl Jung. That's true. Yeah, it may shock you to know I've never been to therapy. That's might not be the worst idea in the world, but expensive. Also, I don't feel like I needed said every person who ever needed therapy. I don't know. Oh well, yeah. The practitioner is rather important. Turns out that being a therapist just proves that you got out of school with a therapy degree and license. Yeah, I just God, I've been on the internet too long. I know you meant cognitive behavioral therapy, but phew. And yeah, it does track that cognitive behavioral therapy would not work as well on autistic people. Okay, fair, fair. Yeah, well deserved. You know the worst part? I don't even go to those parts of the internet. I just exist on the internet, so I know what else that can be. But yeah, as far as cognitive behavioral therapy not working for people with autism, it doesn't shock me just because the brains are wired different. It honestly, if anything, it reminds me of various drugs that were developed for women's health, like heart health, that were tested exclusively on a range of male test subjects. And it's just like uh, I understand the idea of mass production, and you want to, make a thing that works for everyone, but for making a women's health drug, could we maybe get a few women in to test it? That's like one or two. Yeah, um, which is just kind of fundamentally not how thinking yourself out of anxiety works. Well, you can't, but that's kind of the crazy thing, right? Is like some people kind of can, which is the value of CBT. Like that there is a subset of individuals who are actually capable of like focusing on a thing and breathing and thinking their way out of it. You just don't work that way. And honestly, I would have to have anxiety to know, and I'm so far on the other end of that spectrum. I'm probably too relaxed, if anything. But yeah, it's definitely the nature of medicine to do its best to find a one size fits all response to a situation and fail because there's 8 billion of us on the planet. Statistically, it just ain't gonna work for everyone. That's like that's the opiate that like works on like 51% of the population or some shit. Well, I think does not work on me. By the way, they tried it for my leg and didn't do anything. So I stopped taking it because taking opiate and getting none of the benefits is just kind of dumb. God damn it, microphone. I think I'm fixed. I appreciate you continuing to tell me the things. I did turn a little left there for a second, but I don't think that was it. It's just been fucking up all night, and I think if I move the mixer to the other side of my computer, I can hopefully put it in a port that works. And if that doesn't work, then hopefully I can get a new cable. And if that doesn't work, I need to talk to Focusrite. But I have several steps that I can go through before that. And yeah, if I'm being perfectly honest, my mic technique is probably not phenomenal. I have pretty limited experience. I do my best, but I am also aware that uh oh, that's an excellent question, Dad. I have no idea. Uh Probably not, but I will double check. Um that would be weird if it was, but I will double check between streams and make sure that's not the case. I'm definitely learning things on the fly here. As far as my setup, I've got the Focusrite plugged into my laptop, which is then the Focusrite is also plugged into the SM7B. The mixer's on my left, the mic's on my right, laptop's right in front of me. Oh yeah, yeah. I was not anticipating that this would go off without a hitch. I was not anticipating that specifically, but yeah, I wasn't expecting this to have no problems. No, sadly, I'm also not going to end off on a raid despite the time honored tradition because I don't know how to do that, and also raiding with like two people feels kind of sad. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, and if I knew more other small streamers, I don't. Um, I'd be happy to, but I don't know how to do that shit in OBS. No, I actually didn't know that you had streamed at any point. Did you tend to do art, gameplay, anything in particular? Please don't say League. Okay, Minecraft is fine. I like that you said Minecraft and horror games instead of Minecraft and Five Nights at Freddy's. Let's be honest with ourselves. Yeah, I assumed based on the fact that you said horror games plural. Though, in fairness, as I recall, there were an absolute shitload of those games. You would have been post Slenderman enough that I'm sure that wasn't on your list, right? God, I would say why, but they sell so many to children thanks to Markiplier. Yeah, I figured. I mean, you would have been like 9 or something when that came out. I think. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure I ever played it, but mostly because I just wasn't into horror games at all at the time. I still remember the national scandal when the two girls like stabbed a classmate for Slenderman, like middle school girls or something. Like killed a guy. Um, I don't recall how long they went to prison for, but it was multiple years, and they were both in middle school. So I'm sure the American prison system will turn out fine, functional individuals. Oh yeah, that's rough. Any idea what was causing that? Because that would be real young for schizophrenia. Have fun with the Amazing Race. Funny enough, probably before you got on, we were actually talking about the Amazing Race earlier. Yeah, I believe it. I just the the psychotic episode thing is like pretty fucking rare in that age group. Um, like not 0%, but like pretty rare. Um, yeah, it was like 12 or 13. Whereas you tend to see things like schizophrenia appearing in the early 20s. Though actually, thinking on it, I think it does tend to appear earlier for girls. It's like a little, not by much. It's more like 18, 19. But the fucking microphone. Okay. Okay, interesting. Was that DSM-5 or? Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. I tend to find relatively good information off like Mayo Clinic or the NIH website, at least for the next until they realize that it's still up. Yeah, yeah, definitely a fan. All right, my backside is preparing to reject this chair. Oh yeah, Disco Elysium's on my list. I haven't played it, but it's on my wish list to pick up if I catch a particularly good sale. I've heard very, very good things, and I have not gotten around to it. All right. Thanks for hanging out, Casper. I am going to go ahead and end stream. Uh, if you got time Friday, I'm looking to do same time. I would say same bat time, but same bat channel, but both of us are too young for that one. Thank you. All right. I'll talk to you later.